If you'd please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With that, I open the public hearing on Senate Bill 143 and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill. Again.
Good morning, Chairman Roy and members of House Criminal Justice and Public Safety. For the record, my name is Tommy O'Neill, and I'm the Minority Caucus Director representing Senator Suzanne Prentice of District 5, who is the prime sponsor of SB 143 related to the Impaired Driving Care Management Program, or IDCMP. These updates are being made at the request of New Hampshire DHHS, and the Senator also sends her regrets as she has to attend to a family matter this morning. As a result of a change in statute to increase public safety, individuals convicted of an impaired driving offense are required to attend and participate in the New Hampshire approved Impaired Driver Care Management Program for a screening and evaluation to determine if there is a substance use disorder and to participate in treatment, education, and/or recovery support services. SB 143 amends various state statutes under RSA Chapter 265-A, directly related to the Impaired Driving Care Management Program as follows. It eliminates the exemption that currently allows IDCMP participants to bypass the education component of impaired driving care management services for those who have multiple impaired driving offenses if they have completed an impaired driver education program within the past 5 years. It allows an upon completion option when out-of-state residents electing to have their impaired driver education program completed in their home state is approved by the New Hampshire IDCMP, rather than limiting only to pre-approval required under current law. It also requires the education hours for an out-of-state resident completing an impaired driver education course in his or her legal state of residence to comply with the requirements of that state. And it allows out-of-state residents charged with impaired driving in New Hampshire to receive services in their legal state of residence from individuals or programs approved by that state to provide these services. Department staff are here today to also present on SB 143 and to take any questions the committee members may have on this important legislative initiative involving New Hampshire's Impaired Driving Care Management Program. I would be happy to try to take any questions, but I would defer to Jenny O'Higgins from DHHS, who is also here to testify.
Thank you. Can you tell me what the vote was in the Senate on this bill?
I believe it was on consent.
On consent. Yeah. Great. Thank you.
I could look that up, but
I appreciate it.
Okay,
thanks.
of course.
That's all. The chair calls Jenny O'Higgins.
Good morning, Chairman Roy and members of the committee. I'm Jenny O'Higgins from New Hampshire DHHS. I'm our legislative liaison for behavioral health. The department requested these changes to SB 143 and are here to support the bill. We'd like to thank the sponsors of the bill for their assistance with these changes. This really is cleanup language to make our programs more efficient. Additionally, we did work with the impaired driver management programs to create these changes in the requested legislation, and all of the programs have also received the bill language in advance of the hearings. We also worked with and made sure to have the Department of Highway Safety review, and additionally, we reached out to the criminal and civil bureaus of the Department of Justice to review the language within the bill as well. So as you heard, there are several just amendments to the statute that allow folks to receive the education within their home state, that allow for a time frame to be set that didn't exist for reinstatement of licensure. It's really about efficiencies of how our programs are currently run, and the one major change as well, in addition to those efficiencies, is making sure that people do continue to receive the required education if they have additional offenses. And so those are the bulk of the changes, very quickly summed up for you, and really here to take your questions.
Could you tell us what was the impetus for this, Bill? What caused you to bring it forward? Was it just accumulation of problems over years, or?
We actually rewrote the rules for the impaired driver care management program. And throughout the rulemaking process, working with the impaired driver care management programs, we recognized several inefficiencies that required changes to the state statute, not just in rulemaking. And so in working with those programs, we decided to bring forward a change.
Thank you for taking my question. It's not specifically about the bill itself, but can you tell me about the effectiveness of the program and the degree of recidivism? I can't say it. You know what I mean. How effective is it?
Yes, so we're using, education and trying to work across the nation. There's not a huge amount of standardization of the educational programs. And so we are looking, in rewriting those rules, we also looked at working with some technical assistance around what educational programs we're using and what's working in other states as well. So it is something we're looking into. Part of it is also making sure that people get an assessment so that we know, is this is potentially impaired driving happening because there's a substance use disorder present, in which case the person may need treatment. And so that's why it's really a partnership between safety and behavioral health, because there are, the keeping the roads safe is Department of Safety, role, but we're involved in the oversight here because there are times where people need to be referred to and receive treatment to reduce that recidivism. So I don't know the recidivism rates off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to email them to the committee. Thank you.
Any further questions, Representative Muse?
Can you just tell me a little bit about what somebody who participates in a program like this might experience, how it would work, how many days it would involve, or hours? Think just a little bit about the program itself.
So there's a requirement in New Hampshire for 20 hours of education. Many of these programs today are actually online. Again, with the standardization across states, it's really not the same in every state. It's not there. There is not necessarily an efficacy of the program determined by the length of hours, but rather by specific types of education, oftentimes which need to be individualized depending on why the person's there. Does that help?
Follow up? Is this sort of an instructor-led thing, or people watching videos? I'm just curious how it's conducted.
Yes, it is instructor-led, and there is a curriculum that is utilized that has that best practice nationally. So there are a couple different types of educational programs that have shown efficacy, and New Hampshire has adopted one of those programs. And so they're utilizing a curriculum that is instructor-led, and there's a 20-hour requirement of education for New Hampshire. Okay.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for taking my question. I just wanted to ask about the end where it's talking about certification of recovery residences. And so I see here that you take out the National Alliance for Recovery Residences, which I feel is, at least as far as I know, is kind of the premier national they define the national standard. They set the national standard. So I can understand why it would make sense to not be as specific with one organization, but I was curious kind of what was the impetus for that change? And then also, if you could tell me a little bit about, what other organizations or where else we might find those standards.
Sure. So the New Hampshire Core is the NAR affiliate in our state. And New Hampshire Core had been in contract with the department for 5 years as the certifying body. And the department went out for a competitive bid and is now in contract with another provider that's NHPRR, and lots of acronyms. And so because we are in contract with a different certifying body who's not the NAR affiliate, we did think it was appropriate appropriate to amend to make sure that we, as we all do as state departments, need to go out to competitive bid process. We may need to change vendors. And so it gives us the ability to utilize different certifying bodies, and the standards that are being used are SAMHSA best practice standards for recovery residences. So the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who hasn't done so? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. Start again at 10:30. Yeah, I'm opening the public hearing on Senate Bill 145, and I invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee. Thank you very much. And I'm so impressed for how many of you are here after a really, really long day yesterday. So for the record, my name is Senator Deborah Altshuler from the District of 24, the Seacoast. I'm here today to introduce Senate Bill 145, establishing a mobile evidence collection unit pilot program and providing a small appropriation. So I just want to give you the genesis of this bill, where we started and what you have before you and how it got there. So about a year ago, in fact, actually it was 10 days after the last late bill filing. So I was contacted by a survivor who was interested in having some legislation filed and missed the deadline by 10 days. It was February, and I said, had you called me like 3 weeks earlier, we would have been in a very different position. But there's no space for that unless, we get into the world of non-germane amendments, and that was not a road I thought this kind of thing should go down. So nonetheless, we started working. I was approached by a survivor named Madeline, and she came to me through a referral from a New Hampshire advocate who works with survivors of sexual assault. And Madeline was raped on September 7th of 2019 in Nashua. She went to the hospital and went through the arduous and invasive process of the sexual assault evidence collection protocol. And she filed a police report against her assailant, and the Hillsborough County Attorney's Office did not prosecute the man who raped her. And in her own words, her life has never truly been the same. So not only does she know that her assailant is still walking free, but she must live with the feeling that she can no longer trust the very system she thought she could rely on. In conversation with Madeline, she says she feels violated and betrayed, and this is something she lives with every day. But she also wanted to use the experience, this horrific experience, to try to do something to lessen that pain for somebody who comes after her. One of the issues that arose during Madeline's experience with the justice system was a very long delay in the processing and testing of evidence collection kits. In her own words, when rape kits are not tested, it sends a message to the perpetrators that they commit vicious acts without consequences, and to victims that they will not be believed if they come forward. When rape kits are tested, DNA can be used to identify serial rapists, unknown assailants, and even exonerate someone who has been wrongly accused. When rape kits are not tested, it sends the message to perpetrators that they can commit vicious acts of rape, sexual assault without consequence. So this past summer, I began working with representatives from the Department of Justice, the Department of Safety, and the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence to find a way to streamline the process of getting sexual assault evidence collection kits to the state crime lab. And up until the end of 2024, New Hampshire actually did not have the capacity of testing evidence that had the presence of multiple DNAs. So a survivor and their assailant, that's multiple DNAs. In fact, our evidence collection kits were evaluated by our state crime lab here in New Hampshire for what evidence should be tested for those multiple DNAs. And then that information, those pieces of evidence, were shipped out to Florida, where we had a third-party contract to have that evidence processed, because we didn't have the appropriate equipment to do it here in the state. So that process would take anywhere from 16 to 18 weeks. And that is from when when it left the New Hampshire crime lab and got down to Florida. It would take 16 to 18 weeks to make its way back to New Hampshire. So so all totaled, if a law enforcement agency brought the evidence collection kit from their station to the crime lab in Concord within 2 weeks, which is being rather generous given our history here in New Hampshire, then the crime lab logged it in, arranged to have it sent to Florida. That takes another full week. And then it would be processed and sent back 16 to 18 weeks, and then forwarded to the appropriate county attorney's office. The evidence collected at the hospital from that sexual assault would be at a minimum 21 weeks old. Minimum 21 weeks old before any of it would be available for prosecutors to use. And in our opinion, that is an unconscionable amount of time for a survivor to be waiting for the evidence to get to the prosecutor's desk. Thanks to funding from the American Rescue Plan Act, New Hampshire now has 4 new pieces of testing equipment in the state crime lab capable of testing for DNA. We have ended our third-party contract for this service with the lab in Florida, and the new testing equipment went online at the end of 2024. So that solved our problem of the 16 to 18 week gap for the testing in a state that's 1,400 miles away. But it brings us to another challenge in that timeline, which is getting the sexual assault evidence collection kits from the responding police departments to the lab in Concord and getting it done expeditiously. Larger municipalities with larger staff and more evidence from other crimes are able to work in a weekly trip to the state crime lab into their schedule without disrupting patrol. The city of Dover, fantastic about it. It's actually scheduled in that there will be a trip to the state crime lab. Rochester, same thing. The larger towns are able to accommodate this. The real challenge comes in the smaller, more rural areas where staffing is short, and sending an officer to the state crime lab during business hours means taking an officer off patrol for a half and possibly a full day to make that round trip. For some of the further locations, like, for example, Colebrook, Westmoreland, East Kingston, that presents significant staffing challenges. In places where staffing is short, coupled with there being no set time limit in which evidence collection kits must be transported, it leads to forensic medical exam evidence sitting in municipal police departments, sometimes for weeks. We have had and in our tracking found some evidence collection kits sitting anywhere from 10 to 26 weeks. And this is prior when we are having our own equipment. So add that 10 or 26 weeks onto the 16 weeks. And these county prosecutors aren't seeing this evidence for months. So Senate Bill 145 FN was crafted to meet that challenge and get these kits to the lab as soon as possible. Knowing that the state crime lab now has the capability of testing evidence right here in Concord cuts down a significant amount of time that was previously used. Now, in collaboration with the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, the Sexual Assault Kit Initiative Coordinator, the New Hampshire Sexual Assault Response Team, and the State Crime Lab, we started running scenarios to test this proposal. Originally, this modest proposal was $200,000 to prop up a pilot program, making 2 of the crime lab's full-time positions, part-time positions into full-time positions, and retrofitting a vehicle to transport evidence to maintain the chain of custody. Even that small pilot program was proving to be a heavy lift. So I went to the Assistant Commissioner of Safety, Eddie Edwards, and brought him into the fold to try to save this proposal. And he understood the need. He understood the process and saw where the gap was. And after a few more meetings with the Crime Lab and the Department of Justice, he proposed that the small and rural departments could be offered the opportunity to use a common carrier for transport if indeed they couldn't spare an officer for a full or a half day to go to Concord and back. So this method we are currently using with other kinds of evidence, and we have had success with it in getting this evidence to the lab quickly, which brings us to this proposal. It takes a new requirement, it adds a new requirement that all sexual assault evidence collection kits be transferred to the state crime lab within 7 business days of collection. Currently, there is only a suggestion of getting it to the lab as soon as possible. When an evidence collection kit box, which are sealed and available at our hospitals, when that kit is unsealed, we have to maintain the chain of custody. And from the hospital, it goes to the responding police department, who then brings it to the crime lab. Additionally, there's a sticker on that box that says, get it to the crime lab as soon as possible. And we have not defined what as soon as possible is, which is why we have ended up with some departments getting them there lickety split and some having it sit in their refrigerator for 26 weeks. So in the event that a department is unable to meet the 7-day deadline by delivering evidence via an officer maintaining the chain of custody, then the law enforcement agency may use the common carrier with route tracking like FedEx or UPS. And this must be sent from a storefront. No drop boxes may be used. And additionally, when sending evidence, delivery must be coordinated to get to the lab during business hours to ensure that the lab receives it appropriately and it can be cataloged immediately. So we had some discussions about there being a carrot and stick approach of what do we do about departments who are out of compliance. Now, if we were to put in a 7-day deadline, and I would like to take a vegetarian approach to this and have it be all carrot, because this is a pilot program. We want to encourage people to use the program appropriately, and then evaluate how it's going. This program is a pilot designed to meet a very specific need, getting those evidence collection kits to the crime lab quickly for testing. The issue of taking an officer off of patrol to deliver the evidence to Concord is recognized as a real challenge for our smaller rural departments. And this short pilot program gives us an opportunity to expedite and address public safety concerns and evaluate if this kind of program should go forward or we should take it in a different direction. So this effort brings us even closer to getting every kit representing a real person the immediate attention they deserve so that justice can be done. Senate Bill 145 passed out of the Senate Judiciary Committee 4-0 and passed through the Senate on the consent calendar. Survivors deserve to have the evidence they allow to be collected off of their traumatized bodies, treated with respect and urgency in getting as much information as quickly as possible out of it and brought to a prosecutor. And respectfully, I ask the committee to recommend Senate Bill 145 ought to pass. I've also provided you with the hearing report from the Senate hearing where we had multiple people coming to testify. So, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. I take it the courts have opined on the common carrier being acceptable with the chain of custody issue?
Yes, the common carrier for maintaining chain of custody was actually the suggestion of Assistant Commissioner Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a process that we use for other kinds of evidence at the moment. Mm-hmm. And so this was crafted for this particular kind of evidence so that it would be received during certain times.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Muse.
I see in the there is a fiscal note for what looks like a $200,000 expenditure for equipment in some positions. Would you agree that the savings to communities and to police departments from being able to use a common carrier instead of having to take a police officer offline all day who still needs to get paid in the long run, that's actually more efficient for taxpayers?
Yes, and I do want to qualify that the original fiscal note applied to the original bill, which was to increase 2 part-time positions to full-time positions, and the cost to retrofit one of the vehicles that is currently in use by the state crime lab to be able to pick up refrigerated evidence. So that $200,000 was specifically put in the fiscal note to cover those expenses. The common carrier expense is going to be significantly smaller because it does not involve having people driving around the state, nor does it involve a vehicle and the associated costs. So we're estimating that it will be probably half of that. Unfortunately, we didn't get a revised fiscal note.
Thank you. That helps.
But with response to your comment about keeping officers off the road, I understand, and we discussed in our Senate committee that there is a municipal obligation and burden to processing evidence that is collected for crimes at the local level. However, we have a problem in getting this specific kind of evidence to the state crime lab expeditiously. So in an effort to serve those survivors in a better way, and being mindful to smaller municipal departments, where asking I think that the town of Westmoreland has 2 full-time officers that, taking somebody off the road in the middle of the day to be able to get to the state crime lab during business hours is a heavy lift for that town. So how can we meet that need?
Thank you.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just wanted to make a quick correction because I learned this when I moved to Keene, a hop, skip, and a jump away. It's Westmoreland.
My apologies.
No, all good. I was curious, so I'm thinking about what Representative Muse was talking about, the difference in price. I just recently have had to send something overnight, which newsflash is now 2 days. It's not overnight, but anyway, same price, 2 more extra day, but $31. That's what it costs. So I don't know if that's comparable. The only thing is that it doesn't take into consideration the refrigeration and obviously the size of the package and things like that. But when you were talking about needing to retrofit something in order to send it, so what we're saying, I'm assuming that we do have that the common carrier does have the capacity to be able to do that and keep it refrigerated and, of course, maintain
Correct.
evidence and all that.
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Newman.
Thank you. Just following up on that question, are there fewer facilities of common carriers where they can handle refrigeration? Or can you take it to any post office or any Federal Express location?
So the Department of Safety actually determines who the common carrier is. So when the Department of Safety puts out their information to departments, they will let them know. And additionally, I just want to also add onto part of Representative Newell's question. When sexual assault forensic medical exams are done, while the kit itself is uniform in what can be collected, not every crime or not every kit that is executed in the hospital contains the same thing, because survivors can decline to participate in some parts of the evidence collection. So those who do participate in evidence collection may allow for the hospital to do all manners of the kit and take their clothing and do the scraping under the fingernails. Some, may only want to do some of that because of the situation that they're finding themselves in. So every kit weighs something a little bit different. And, is refrigerated or not. There's, so I hesitate to have people have an idea that it would be $50 for every kit, because one might be $35 and one might be $60, depending on how much stuff is in there.
I'm seeing no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
You're welcome. Chair calls Pamela Kiley.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Pamela Kylig, and I am the Public Policy Specialist at the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence, which, as you know, is the umbrella organization for our state's 12 community-based crisis centers. I'm here to speak in support of SB 145, which, as you've heard, would help ensure forensic evidence in sexual assault cases is delivered in a timely manner to the state forensic laboratory. I think, fortunately, the state has worked really diligently to strengthen our statewide response to sexual assault over the last few years. As part of these efforts, the state received funding a few years ago to establish a sexual assault evidence collection kit tracking system. This tracking system can be used by stakeholders such as sexual assault nurse examiners, law enforcement officers, and others to help ensure that all kits arrive safely to the state forensic lab where evidence can be tested and analyzed. This tracking system also gives survivors more control over their kit by being able to track its location as it moves through the system. This tracking system has been a game changer, enabling stakeholders to assess how long it takes for the kits to travel from the hospital to the police department and finally to the lab, ultimately helping to prevent a backlog. Stakeholders regularly gather to discuss ways that we can ensure that there are no barriers to preventing kits from getting to where they need to go. And SB 145 is an immediate step that the state can take to help expedite this process and improve efficiency in sexual assault cases by creating this opportunity for law enforcement departments to securely ship these kits to the lab. While most evidence collection kits are delivered in a timely manner, there are some instances where it has taken more than 2 months for the kits to have been delivered. And so this just really ensures that those outliers are being addressed. As you've heard, survivors regularly share with us how important it is that sexual assault kits are tested in a timely manner. When someone goes through the arduous process of reporting sexual assault and going to the emergency department, they assume that their kits are going to be considered as part of the prosecutorial process and assume that the kits are going to be tested. And so this bill also will help ease the minds of survivors who are worried that their kits are just sitting somewhere and collecting dust. And I think it's also just really important because criminal proceedings in sexual assault cases can take years, and the more time that passes, the more lives of victims are impacted without the ability to move forward and heal. So any delays in testing evidence is a delay in justice and should not prevent a case from moving forward. So I just hope the committee considers ought to pass on SB 145 in this simple way to help streamline an already efficient process. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who has not done so? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. On the public hearing on Senate Bill 258 and invite the sponsor.
Good morning. Chairman Roy, members of the committee, I'm Grant Bossy, Deputy Chief of Staff for the New Hampshire Senate, here today to introduce Senate Bill 258 on behalf of Senator Denise Ricciardi, the bill's prime sponsor. This past fall, Senator Ricciardi took a tour of the local Lowe's and learned that gift card fraud is a growing problem. Gift cards are very popular. Stores often leave the blank cards on the counter for customers to grab and then charge them up at the register. I mean, they're worthless until money's added to them, so why would anybody even bother to steal them? Well, first, the takers steal the blank gift cards and bring them to a centralized location where the fraud ring tampers with the barcode on the back. Placers then bring the tampered cards back to a store, maybe a different store, leave them on the counter. When a customer picks one up and adds money to it, a group of checkers on their computers, maybe offshore, can see that funds have been added, and then they quickly drain those funds to their own accounts and buy stuff that they can sell on the black market. The customer is left with a worthless gift card. It can take a while to even know the fraud's been committed, since the card might not be given or used for weeks or months. The recipient of the gift card wouldn't know where or when the card was even purchased. If a recipient does follow up, the store is likely to provide a full refund, but it's still a terrible experience for everyone, and either the customer or the store is left paying for the theft. Retail gift card fraud is a problem nationwide, but particularly in the I-95 corridor. Scammers are also attracted to sales tax-free New Hampshire. Let the record reflect this is not an endorsement of a sales tax. The language of SB 258 before you today was amended and drafted by the Black Hawk Network in conjunction with Project Red Hook, which was started in 2024 by the Department of Homeland Security. It reflects extensive work by the Black Hawk Network, the New Hampshire Retail Association, and the New Hampshire Attorney General's Office to give law enforcement the tools to combat this practice and protect our consumers and retailers. The Attorney General's Office is going to present to you some additional language seeking an amendment to the definitions section to further tighten this up and make it more effective. The business and law enforcement groups behind this effort are here today to answer your technical questions. Senator Ricciardi thanks you for your consideration and support of Senate Bill 258. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have hands. No shoot.
If you have a question for Senator Ricciardi, I can get you an answer, but I'm not the expert here.
What's the Black Hawk Network?
I'm sure they will be here to tell you. I believe it is not helicopters.
Brian Townsend from the DOJ.
Good morning. My name is Brian Townsend II. I am a Senior Assistant Attorney General at the New Hampshire Department of Justice. I am the lead prosecutor for New Hampshire's Elder and Abuse Unit, and I am also we are also housed within the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau. I am here to speak in support of Senate Bill 258, along with the amendment. Scammers are constantly trying to learn new ways to scam. They often try to evade detection, and so they are modernizing their weapons. As prosecutors, we sometimes are challenged to try and fit these modern scams into prior statutes, statutes that have been around for 50 years. Senate Bill 258 would assist prosecutors in charging modern gift card theft, including what is known as gift card skimming, which was just previously described. And that is where scammers tamper with gift cards in the store, they obtain the gift card codes and pins, they wait for it to be purchased, and then they use the money for themselves. This type of crime is currently difficult to prosecute. It's currently difficult to fit into a particular box. For instance, if they are caught tampering with the packaging, there's a real question as to how to charge it under current law. Further, the level of offense under current theft laws are governed by the value of the property. But the question in gift card information and stealing gift card information is, what is the value of that particular information? Oftentimes, there's no value to be assigned. Some have a range listed on the packaging of between $50 and $500. Is it $50? Is it $500? Is it the mere value of the card? Currently, those questions are left unanswered. SB 258 modernizes the law in this area as it pertains to gift cards, making it easier to hold these gift card scammers responsible at each stage of the scheme. At the initial point when they are tampering with the packages, at the point that they steal the information, and at the point that they actually use the gift card information to make purchases. It specifically criminalizes the tampering with gift card packaging and makes it clear what the value of that would be as it pertains to theft. It would either be the highest value listed on the card or the card packaging, or if there's nothing listed on the card, it would be $250. So this law, we believe, would help prosecutors in their attempts to both prosecute these cases and deter future scammers from obtaining these cards. Ultimately, this law does nothing overly complex, but again, simply allows prosecutors a way to assign the specific charges in these modern types of crimes. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the amendment itself. Really what we are proposing here is as it pertains to what would be 63710D 2B. It provides, currently as written, it provides a person shall be guilty of theft if such person does any of the following: uses for the purpose of obtaining money, goods, services, or anything else of value, a gift card or gift card redemption information that has been obtained by deception or forgery. The one issue there is it doesn't seem to rule out the scenario where a scammer could take that gift card, could obtain it by forgery or other deception, and then give it to some unwitting person who then uses it. So what we have done is we have asked for an amendment to make it clear that the person who is ultimately using the card in order to be charged must know or believe that they have probably that the card has probably been obtained by deception or forgery. And this is consistent with the current receiving stolen property law, merely just making sure that we are charging people who have knowledge that the card is in fact stolen. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I haven't had a chance to read through the bill yet, but obviously these crimes occur as part of a scheme or a larger group of people. Does the statute contemplate a higher charge for, or the ability to charge a group or a scheme as part of this, or a conspiracy?
So the conspiracy statute would apply to this statute. So we could certainly charge a conspiracy, and depending on the value of the cards, we could charge based on that value. So those types of organizations, often steal a significant amount of cards.
Yeah.
And as a co-conspirator, that co-conspirator could be held to account for everything that the conspiracy is taking ultimately. So let's say that he was just trying to take one card. If we charge him with the conspiracy, and if he's aware of their conduct in taking thousands of cards, he can ultimately be held to account for that.
That's what I was getting at. Thank you. Representative Scheer.
Two questions. Do you know what a Black Hawk network is?
I don't.
Okay, so we'll get there eventually. Second question. In relation to the chair's question, 63710C talks about an organized retail crime enterprise. Would that relate to, and it identifies only, I think, 637.3A and 637.10-B as the course of conduct of theft defined by those two statutes. Might it make sense to add 10D to that list? Or do you want to think about that and get back to me?
I'd like to think about it and get back to you. That would make sense. I haven't considered that, but I'd like to think about it and get back to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Representative Lassell.
Thank you for taking my question. I would think that rarely do you have a crime of this sort restricted to the state of New Hampshire. Generally, they're tied in with a national organization or international organization. Can you tell me about jurisdiction and prosecution in a case like that?
Of course. So there's a number of ways that we would handle that. The first is if it's a scheme that stretches beyond the limits of New Hampshire, we could charge the entire scheme, assuming that the conspiracy occurs within this state. Any part of the conspiracy occurs within the state. As a prosecutor with the Elder Abuse Unit, I've had cases, not gift card cases, but elder abuse cases involving scams that are perpetrated, grandparent scams, tech support scams that are perpetrated throughout the Northeast. And as long as an act in furtherance of the conspiracy occurs within the state, we can charge it. The other option is to turn it over to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the U.S. Attorney's Office would have jurisdiction to prosecute that case because it crosses state lines.
Representative Muse.
Thank you for taking my question. Just an observation that while the bill definitely does include penalties, what it doesn't seem to include are preventive steps that have been taken and that have been required in other states. So, for example, there are no warnings or signage required by stores in the bill. Other states have done things like required secure packaging so that people can't pick up the cards and things like that. Do you think those would be good additions to a bill like this?
I don't know if those would be good additions to the bill or not. I think it's probably store by store. Anything to protect these cards, I think, is a good thing, but I just don't know retailer by retailer how that would work if we imposed those obligations. I'd need a chance to discuss that with with the people at the Attorney General's office and those people who we've reached out to from the retailers.
So Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question.
Of course.
I apologize if people have already covered this, but my impression was that it was they would get the numbers off of these cards and then put them back out so that somebody would have to load them, right? So the card would have to be purchased by the purchaser. So when you say knowingly give to someone else, does that mean they would be giving them the numbers? Because they wouldn't have the physical card, right?
Well, whether they gave them the physical card or the numbers. So this would also target situations where there is the ultimate theft of the gift card itself, and they gave it to somebody else.
Okay.
So let's say, for instance, that they take the card, they give it to somebody else, it's then loaded, and they say, okay, you can use that card I gave you now. It's the same thing. So
Okay.
so not only the card, but also the information itself.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And follow up? I just wanted to ask one more thing, and I'm assuming that this is covered somewhere else in law. But I would think, of course, if people are going and purchasing them, and as was expressed earlier, it could be a delay. I mean, somebody gives somebody a gift card for Christmas, right? Like that's what I think of. And maybe I won't spend them for 6 months or 8 months or something like that. Or even attempt to use them. Given that it's kind of obscured in that way, I'm curious about compensation for victims in this case, and what that looks like. Let alone justice, of course. That's what. But as far as the purchaser being made whole afterwards.
Yes. So in that particular case, there's something in criminal law known as restitution. So that would be ordered to the victim for their actual loss. And so once the perpetrator is prosecuted, ultimately the court would impose whatever reasonable restitution would be for that actual loss.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
In most of these cases, the actual losses ended up being either a bank or the store, correct?
That's correct. That's correct. But if a consumer were to lose out, they would be reimbursed as well after purchase. But the store would be the victim in particular cases.
Representative Newman.
Could you just fill in a little bit the beginning of all this with the cards are in the stores? You've got the customer, you've got these people that are trying to steal the cards and how money gets on the cards. How does that all work? And what happens to the victim that has the card at home, or just more information about that particular part of the process?
Of course. So I haven't done a super deep dive on this, but generally speaking, what happens is we've all been into a CVS or any other store, any other pharmacy where there's the big sort of tree stand, right? Where you see all the gift cards. There's a number of gift cards on there. They could be for specific retail locations, such as Applebee's or Sports Authority or something of that nature. Or they could be what is known as open loop cards, which are the Visa gift cards, where you can fill and use at a number of different retailers. What these scammers are doing is they are going into these stores. They are doing one of two things. They are either tampering with the card at that location and identifying the number on the back of the card, which is really the key. It's really the PIN number that you need in order to use the card. Or they are stealing a bunch of the cards, they are taking them to another location, they are unpackaging them, they are getting that information, they are repackaging them to make them look as though they haven't been tampered with, and they are putting them back in the store. Once they are back in the store, once they're on there, any number of people, consumers, walk into the store, it's Christmas time, and they pick up those cards, and then they charge them. So they go up to the counter and they say, I want to put $50 on this, or I want to put $100 on this gift card. At that point, with the PIN numbers and with the information that the scammers have already accumulated, they are able to identify when that card is charged. Once that card is charged, it's usually, if you're giving it for Christmas, it may be weeks or even months before that person gets it and gets an opportunity to use it. And in that time, the scammers are going online. They are making purchases at whatever location it happens to be. If it's a Visa gift card, they're going online, they're buying cell phones, things of that nature, and then they're selling those items on the black market, leaving the consumer often out of money.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And certainly if there's reimbursement, if the consumer goes back to the store and the store says, you know what, we'll take the hit for that, then the store's out the money.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Curtis Picard.
Good morning, Chairman Roy, Vice Chair Rhodes, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Curtis Picard. I'm President and CEO of the New Hampshire Retail Association. Thank you for allowing me time to testify on this bill. We're in strong support of SB 258. We're also in strong support of the amendment that the Attorney General's office is bringing forward. We think it's a reasonable, common sense a correction to the bill, and we're fully supportive of it. I don't want to read my testimony to you because it's fairly straightforward and you've heard a lot of this already. I do want to point out, attached to my testimony, which might be helpful for the discussion, is a one-page graphic example of how this type of theft is occurring. And that's probably helpful for you to understand what's going on. I've also attached to my testimony a recent press release from January, and you may have seen a news story this week about the prosecution of that case to further emphasize that this is happening in New Hampshire. When we started looking at this issue, I was at my national conference last August getting a presentation on this issue and how widespread it is. And there were a couple things that really stuck with me. One, the whole East Coast I-95 corridor is really where a lot of these things are happening. We've known this forever, especially in New England. These groups can hit multiple states at once. they can hit New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Maine all in one fell swoop. So I think the Northeast and the I-95 corridor is particularly vulnerable. But the other thing that really stuck with me was the fact that our sales tax-free status makes us a target for these groups that are actually redeeming the cards after they steal them, because they want to get the best bang for their buck. They don't want to pay sales tax on the stuff they're redeeming. So what happens is, after they steal the funds, they actually look to redeem the gift cards on merchandise, and a lot of that merchandise gets shipped overseas for a lot of other illegal, nefarious types of things. I will proactively address some of the questions that have been asked that may be helpful as well. First of all, Blackhawk Network is one of the largest gift card providers. So when you go into a larger retailer and you see the displays of multiple brands of gift cards, it's Blackhawk Network that are actually physically producing the cards and provide a lot of the back end service. So they're a great partner to retailers of all sizes. It's not just large retailers. They work with small retailers as well. So that's who they are. We've been working with them for years, and they were also our partner in working with the Department of Homeland Security on this issue as well, under Project Red Hook, which is the larger federal effort looking to try to prosecute these larger groups. Let's see. The other question we had was required signage and packaging. I would say that this industry is evolving very, very quickly, and it's in their best interest to try to develop new packaging and methods to try to thwart some of these things that are happening, but it's not going to happen overnight. They are working on different packaging. We've gotten to a point where, when you have an individual that has had this happen to them, it's your Aunt Jane or Uncle Jim that you gave a $100 gift card to, and they go to use it and there's no money on it, they go to the store and they say, hey, there's supposed to be $100 on this. The stores are getting better of being able to backtrack where that card was actually on the shelf, where it was redeemed, where it was activated. And I can't say universally, but most of my members want to make it right by the consumer. They will reimburse the customer for that $100. So the customer is not out. But the reality is the retailer is out twice, because now you're out the $100 making good with the customer, and then you have the bad guys who redeem the $100 to take your merchandise and ship it overseas. So that cost ends up being fully on the retailers. Let's see. I'm trying to remember if there were other questions on here. I guess I'd also like to point out also that when we stop these individuals that are doing this type of crime, it's not even like they have 10 cards on them. We were talking this morning with one of my retailers. They caught somebody with 30,000 cards in their car. That's the size and scope of this. So it's not somebody with 5 cards or a small amount that we're going after, but until 90% of the way through this transaction of the crime occurring, there's no value attached to the card. And that's really what SB 258 is doing, is to properly classify this as the criminal activity it is. So I'm happy to stop there and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Representative Muse.
The issue of security for these cards troubles me, I guess, in a way where I understand why you're doing this. What I have a little bit of trouble trying to understand is just why these cards are just available all over the place. They're available at supermarket checkouts. They're available in unattended racks. It would seem like, when you're talking about the fact that we're getting hit twice, and we're even more of a target in this state because we don't have a sales tax, it would just seem like there should be more things happening from the perspective of retailers trying to get a handle on this, in addition, I would say, to what you're trying to do with this bill.
Yeah, I appreciate the question and thank you for that. I think it's important to point out that gift cards are probably the most popular item that retailers sell. I tell my wife they're always the right size and they're always the right amount, the right color. They're a very popular gift, not just during the holiday time, but around the years. And I've also tried to point out to people that, you know, as consumers, you don't always see this, but me working with retailers, I understand these things a little bit better. Let's take a Target, for example. Yes, they have these gift cards at checkout because they're often a last minute purchase. You're thinking, you know, you've gone through the store and you're like, oh, I need to grab that gift card. Retailers want to make that convenient for customers, but you'll also see that rack near the greeting cards because they're a popular gift that you slip into a greeting card. So they want to position these things where customers want to use them. And we don't want to get to a point where they're behind lock and key. I think that's one of the nice things about New Hampshire. If you've traveled to other states, you know, like Florida or California, you go into many of these retailers and you see so many products behind lock and key now. So whether it's Crest White Strips or, you know, Prilosec or, you know, some of the things that we know are widely stolen for organized retail crime activities, in these other states, you have to push a button, wait for a customer service person to come over. You know, with gift cards, it would just be an additional stress on retailers that are already facing workforce challenges as well. So it's finding that balance between wanting to serve your customers well, and try to do a lot of different things to try to crimp down on the illegal activity.
One more follow-up. Is there any requirement for a retailer to reimburse a customer if they're a victim of this crime, or is that something that retailers do voluntarily at this point?
For the most part, it's done voluntarily because, you know, this isn't the only crime involving gift cards as well. I don't want to go down too far down the rabbit hole, but I'll use Target as an example again. So, you know, during the holiday season, Target often runs promotions. You know, you spend $50 on something, you'll get a free $5 gift card. To you, it probably looks like it's an identical gift card to what you buy off the shelf, but it's actually a very different card, one they activate at the point of sale when you actually make that purchase. There's different requirements and technology to make sure that cards like that aren't being stolen and widely used. So it varies widely in what they do, but yeah, there's not a requirement. But like I said, for the most part, retailers try to make good to the customer. You want to maintain that good relationship. They're understanding how these things are happening, and they also know their customers pretty well. So if they see you every week coming in saying you have a $100 bad gift card, they're going to pick up on that. But the one-off ones, you know, you're going to make it right.
Is there any guarantee? I know if they have like the Visa or MasterCard brand on the card, do they not indemnify as well on some levels with that?
Yeah, those are different vehicles. So the gentleman from the Attorney General's office talked about open loop and closed loop. You know, so a Target gift card can only be used at Target, but a $50 Visa one can be used wherever. Those are different vehicles and have different requirements because they are more like prepaid credit cards.
How are the people who are engaged in this activity caught?
Through great cooperation between loss prevention, law enforcement, and prosecutors, and that's been longstanding. I mean, what we try to do, what retailers try to do, is try to package cases together as much as possible for law enforcement. We know everybody is stressed, and the more information we can put together to present to law enforcement, the better off it's going to be. You know, retailers don't waste time, honestly, with small individual thefts. We're looking for these larger activities, which are very significant. So there's a lot of hallmarks to it and stuff. So
follow up. And what are, I guess at the most granular level, what are they looking for? I mean, are they looking for somebody who comes into the store, or are they, I mean,
yeah, I don't necessarily want to be on public record sharing how people are doing these things, but I'll share some generalities. You know, number one, just stealing things off a shelf. You know, like I said, small, high value things like Crest White Strips and baby formula are some of the most popular items. that are stolen because they're high value. You can take multiples and you get about 90% of the face value when you sell it online. So direct stealing of merchandise. Price swapping happens a bit. So if you have a $300 drill and a $100 drill, they'll try to swap the UPC codes or price tags and pay the lesser price. And then my other advice to people is when you get your receipt after making a purchase, don't crumple it up and throw it in the trash right outside the store, because people will take that receipt, they go back into the shelf, they find the item on the shelf, and then they'll bring it to the return desk and say, oh, I want to return this item. So that's just a snapshot of some of the things that happen, but there's a lot of other things out there.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I'm just thinking about, I think so many people will purchase something and toss out the receipt. So if somebody does that, or, even further removed from that, if you're someone who got it for Christmas and, 9 months later you're trying to use it, how do you even prove that it hasn't been used? I mean, it just seems like a very difficult, unless there's a large scale, what we're talking about with these folks and you kind of get caught up in it. How do you even chase that down?
It's difficult. Which is why when you return something to most stores, they're not going to give you cash in return. They're going to give you store credit to try to track it. And if they can, some of them get to know who I call them serial returners are. And so if you're one of these people that they start recognizing, and the larger stores, they share camera stuff amongst their different stores, you start to know who some of these people are, much like law enforcement does. You know who some of these people are. You start to track these things. So yeah, the everyday consumer who's just doing it one time, it's fine, we'll make you whole, but it's the larger groups that loss prevention and law enforcement have gotten very good about communicating and sharing information.
Thank you.
It's just like card counters in Vegas. They know. See no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill was not done so? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. And let me see. Do we have another? So 12. Yep. We'll reconvene at 12 o'clock. Why did I leave an hour? That one.
I'm struck by
Oh, I'm sure you are.
how smart and Turkey, the first person I got out of the
And then I invite whoever's going to introduce it. Oh, there you are. Hi, Senator.
Good afternoon. I am Senator Victoria Sullivan. I represent District 18, which is Manchester wards 5 through 9 and the town of Litchfield. And this afternoon, we just got there, I would like to introduce to you Senate Bill 262 FN. And this is a very straightforward bill. We already have minimum and maximum penalties for child sex traffickers in the state. The problem is that they're much lower than the rest of New England. They're also lower than the federal standard. So currently the minimum is 7 years and the maximum is 30. This would change the minimum to 18 years and maximum life. And we're seeing an increase in child trafficking online and in other places. But the Seacoast, our Seacoast, has been used as a portal for child sex trafficking. And recently in November, we had 3 people that were arrested in an attempt to traffic children. One of them was actually a teacher from Manchester. So it's long overdue. We want to make it we want to make it so that no one wants to come to New Hampshire to harm our kids, and send a strong message that it won't be tolerated here. And I'm happy to take any questions.
So just for clarification, it takes the existing crime and changes the minimum to 18 years and the maximum to life?
Yeah, and I chose 18 for every year of innocence that's been stolen from these kids.
Very good. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Hey, could you fill out a pink card for us?
I will. I'm sorry. I was
That's all right.
a little tardy.
It's been a while.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. What? Okay.
Thank you. So I found that there were 95 children that have been, the cases that have been open for sex trafficking in New Hampshire. The problem with the statistics are they're very hard to find for children, but also because often they're not reported. So we're seeing, especially in areas where we're having a problem with the opioid epidemic, unfortunately, children are being used as currency.
Yeah.
And some of that goes unreported. But we want to send a loud message that if you do get caught, there's serious repercussions. We're not going to allow that to happen here.
Have you, it's also very difficult to get statistics from our courts because our courts are not tied together. So you can't just call the court and say, hey, can I have statistics for all the traffic? You'd have to go to every single court in the state. Isn't that about true?
It is true. Also, I will tell you, though, that whenever this bill comes up and I posted online that we had it, I get a lot of people that are advocating for children in the state that reach out with knowledge of what's happening, even though we don't have the statistics. But the Shared Hope is an organization that works with states on child trafficking, and they gave us an F. So we really, this is an area that we really need to concentrate on here, and I hope the committee can see their way to support this bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned 95 cases. Over what period of time?
Thank you, Representative. So that also, the statistics said 95 cases of child trafficking since they've been recording them. They didn't say what time period that was. This information is really, really difficult to find. And I'm hoping that with these increased sentences, it just sends a clear message that we're not going to allow it or tolerate it here.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Chair calls Pamela Kylie.
Good afternoon, Chairman Roy and members of the committee. Again, my name is Pamela Kylie, and I'm the Public Policy Specialist at the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence. As part of our work, our community-based crisis centers also serve victims of human trafficking. And I'm here today in support of SB 262, which, as you've heard, increases the penalty for trafficking children in New Hampshire. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As you know, human trafficking is a complex crime. And research and practice have shown that comprehensive state policies that include protection for victims and penalties for crimes can be an effective deterrent for human traffickers. And we're really grateful that the legislature continues to have a strong stance on this issue, including your recent efforts to pass HB 405, which will address trafficking that occurs in illicit massage businesses in our state. Our ability to pass policies that are responsive to what experts are experiencing on the ground is critical to ensuring that perpetrators of these horrible crimes are held accountable. And it's also important that human trafficking policies align with best practices on the national level and are consistent with our neighboring states. As you know, the coalition coordinates the New Hampshire Human Trafficking Collaborative Task Force, which is a multidisciplinary partnership between law enforcement agencies, prosecutors, healthcare professionals, children's services, victim services, and community partners throughout the state. And the task force is dedicated to ensuring that our statewide response to human trafficking is as robust as possible. In the past decade, we've been able to pass some of the strongest human trafficking or anti-trafficking laws in the state. So I just wanted to answer some of the questions about the statistics that were shared. So as you know, trafficking activity has been identified in every county of our state, with victims ranging in age from 3 years old to the elderly. So this is unfortunately a prevalent crime in our state. And forms of exploitation range from forced and coerced agricultural labor to forced prostitution, with the majority of identified cases involving sex trafficking. In 2023, New Hampshire's crisis center supported 81 victims of trafficking, and 11%, so a little bit more than 10, were children. And in 2022, there were approximately 91 reports made to DCYF Central Intake specific to human trafficking involving around 95 children. And I'd be happy to get updated statistics. As part of the task force, DCYF does actually have a human trafficking specialist who works specifically to address and train child protective services on these issues so that we can better identify and help children who might be trafficked in our state. And so, as you know, crimes of human trafficking are devastating to the victim and their families. And it's alarming that the ages of children that are being trafficked continue to get lower and lower. So we just really hope that the committee considers supporting this bill and helping to prevent this really heinous crime from continuing in our state. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See no question. Oh, Representative Mears.
Not sure you would know this, but do you have any idea for people who are actually convicted of this crime, what the average length of sentence is for someone who's convicted under current law?
Yeah, that's a great question. A lot of cases of human trafficking are prosecuted by the federal government, so I think it would vary. I know recently there have been human trafficking cases prosecuted at the state level, but I could definitely try to find. But I think that's where like having these varying lengths and sentences might have we might see a range depending on who's prosecuting. But I could try to find that information for you.
Follow up. Again, this may not be something you readily know, but what's the deciding factor when it comes to who prosecutes a case like this? It sounds like federal statute applies. It also sounds like our state statute applies, and maybe our state statute is used more selectively. I'm not quite sure I understand how that works.
I really wish I could help answer that for you, but I'd be happy to connect with our folks on Homeland Security and the state police who work on these cases in the state and see if they could better answer that question for you. Thank you.
Representative Parrott-Gathright. Representative Scheer? No. Okay. No further questions.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. We'll be back at 1:30. 267, and I invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I am Senator Donovan Fenton. I represent District 10, and I am here to introduce Senate Bill 267, legislation aimed at strengthening our efforts to combat human trafficking and exploitation here in New Hampshire. I brought this bill forward as part of a broader effort to combat human trafficking, working alongside advocacy organizations like World Without Exploitation, which is committed to ending exploitation. This bill establishes a mandatory $500 fine for engaging in prostitution as a patron, in addition to any other penalty, and directs that the funds are to be forwarded to the Department of Justice for the purpose of funding the New Hampshire Human Trafficking Collaborative Task Force. The purpose of this legislation is twofold. First, to act as a stronger deterrent against individuals purchasing sex, and second, to provide critical resources to support victims of exploitation. We know that where there is demand, there is also supply, often created through force, fraud, or coercion. By imposing a stricter financial penalty on those who fuel this industry, we can help reduce demand and in turn diminish the market for human exploitation. This bill was amended in the Senate to implement the stronger penalty of a Class A misdemeanor to serve as a better deterrent against those participating in the industry. The amendment also directs the funds to be forwarded to the New Hampshire Human Trafficking Collaborative Task Force, where they can be most effectively utilized to ensure victims are adequately served, help prevent human trafficking in our state, and highlight the importance of investing in these critical interventions. New Hampshire has a well-earned reputation as a safe state, but human trafficking is not just an issue that happens elsewhere, it is happening here. You will hear compelling testimony today that highlights the real and present dangers of this issue in our communities. We have a responsibility to take proactive steps to address this. Senate Bill 267 is a common sense measure that will hold buyers accountable and direct much needed resources to support survivors. I urge the committee to vote to pass on this legislation and send a clear message that New Hampshire stands against human trafficking and exploitation. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator. If you happen to know, if someone is convicted as a patron, are they required to register currently as a sex offender?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. I believe the answer is yes to that.
Okay, we're going to check to make sure.
Yeah.
I asked you.
Oh, any further questions for the sponsor? Seeing none, thank you.
Whoa, tough crowd. Thank you so much.
Yeah, run while you have a chance.
Run.
Okay, just so everyone knows, we have a lot of people that are interested in testifying, and I want to make sure everyone has a chance. So I'm going to limit your testimony to probably about 4 minutes each. So if you can try not to repeat what the other person has said and just give us what you want to say, and we'll go through that pretty quick. And with that, I would call Abby Fabriaschi. Was that close?
There we go. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Abby Fabiaschi. I'm a New Hampshire resident here today in support of Senate Bill 267. I co-founded Empower Network in 2017 to collaborate with survivors of sex trafficking on their personal and financial self-sufficiency. When anyone is vulnerable, everyone is vulnerable because a business has been created, and the people making money will always find enough supply to fill a lucrative demand. 13 is the average age girls are sex trafficked in the United States. And I'm sure everyone shudders at that thought. The trafficker is such an obvious villain. But traffickers don't exist without buyers. And if 13 is the average age, it's because there's a market to have non-consensual sex with young girls. One of our lived experience staff members was once asked by a board member about the buyers. Her response was immediate. It's your cousin, your friends, people who look and sound and dress like you, everyday people with a dark side. We cannot gloss over the buyer's role in sexual exploitation. And as my 15-year-old son pointed out when we passed a sign noting that the fine for speeding in a work zone is also $500, the least we can do is make the crime of buying sex on par with a speeding ticket. I very much appreciate your consideration and welcome any questions.
Thank you. Seeing none, thank you for your question. Stacy Tringali.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having us today. My name is Stacy, and I'm an advocate in Massachusetts, and I'm here today. I never imagined I'd be here telling this story, not because it didn't happen, but because for a long time I didn't believe I would survive it. Survival doesn't end when you escape. For many of us, it begins there. I am a survivor of human trafficking, but more than that, I am living proof that healing is possible even when it feels unreachable. Survivor of human trafficking, those words carry a weight that's hard to explain. For a long time, I didn't see myself as a survivor. I was just trying to stay alive. I was stuck in something that stripped away who I was piece by piece until I barely recognized myself. For years, I lived in a reality that most people only hear about in headlines or see in movies. Controlled by silence and stripped of my identity, every day felt like a fight to simply exist. Asking for help seemed impossible when the men sworn to protect and serve became one of your longest standing regulars. Yes, you heard me correct. A Boston police officer bought me over and over and over again. The trauma doesn't disappear when the chains are gone, it echoes. In the nightmares and sudden panic, the simple act of trusting someone again. I carried shame and fear and isolation like weights on my back. PTSD, anxiety, and dissociation, they became a part of my everyday. Healing wasn't linear. Some days I made progress, other days I curled up under the weight of a memory. But slowly I began to rebuild. Through therapy, mentorship, support groups, writing, and surrounding myself with people who saw me more than what I went through. People don't always talk about what comes after, the guilt, the shame, and the isolation. I felt broken. I didn't trust anyone, including myself. Nights were the worst. Sleep didn't come easy, and when it did, it brought nightmares. I flinched at kindness. I felt like a stranger in my own skin. But somewhere in the darkness, a part of me, however small, still wanted to live, not just survive. That part of me was quiet at first, but it was stubborn. It showed up in the little things, writing my thoughts down, seeking out therapy, and even when it scared me. Letting someone hug me without recoiling, choosing to believe that I could heal even when I didn't feel it yet. Healing hasn't been a straight line. There are days when I still fall back into old patterns, when the fear whispers louder than hope. But I've learned to be gentle with myself. I've learned that trauma may be a part of my story, but it's not the end of it. Now I speak today because I can. I share because the silence nearly destroyed me, and because I know that there are others out there still like me, feeling alone in the same darkness I once lived in. It is possible to come out on the other side, not untouched, not unbroken, but changed. Still whole. I'm still becoming, still learning, still healing, but I'm here. And for me, that's everything. Please consider supporting and passing the Sex Buyers Bill SB 267 on behalf of all the women and children just like me. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Rebecca Cleary.
Just shut it off. Yep. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for your time today. I'll keep it brief. I'm an attorney and a policy analyst and expert regarding prostitution and trafficking laws at the state level. So very briefly, I want to honor the experiences you've just heard. There is an important distinction to be made in the law between human trafficking, which is a serious offense. And obviously, I very much respect and honor the first part of this bill, which was there when it was initially written, which is to make sure there are more resources allocated to dealing with human trafficking. The recent amendment, which was added, concerns me because escalating penalties for people who are engaging in adults who are engaging in consensual sex work, clients, that's not a trafficking issue, because two consenting adults that's a very different situation than where someone's being exploited and there's no consent there. And there are a number of issues that arise when you over penalize clients. You create some safety issues. Workers are not able to screen clients. And additionally, when you create the risk of jail time, you add a huge financial burden upon the state to address consensual adult behavior. And that financial burden that goes on the state, there are resources that could be better allocated towards addressing human trafficking, which is being done in that first initial section here of this legislation. But to risk adding a financial burden to the state to address adult consensual behavior, which again is separate from trafficking, and that patronizing law is not a trafficking law. There are trafficking laws. It's just not, it's not the appropriate allocation of resources to address human trafficking. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Wouldn't you agree that a strong argument can be made that it's really difficult, if not impossible, to determine consensual when you have a power imbalance between a person working in prostitution and someone who's buying it? There's often controlled substances involved whereby some of these people working in that trade are addicted and have been made so by someone who's forced them into it. I mean, how do we determine whether or not it's consenting adults or not without having actually legalizing the whole thing and putting in a structure whereby we can determine that?
Well, that's where existing trafficking laws and trafficking enforcement comes into play. Also, what you have here as well with that patronizing law is that it could be used not just in an actual agreement or sexual exchange. It's just extremely broad, where it also includes an agreement, a conversation online. But with the existing trafficking law, that is clear, that where there is coercion involved, where someone has been made to participate in the crime of prostitution, that then is trafficking. I had another thought. I think that was my answer. If it comes to me, I'll say it.
Representative Scher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Are you aware that in New Hampshire, if an adult over the age of 18 engages in sex with somebody under the age of 18, with an exception here or there, that is at least a Class B felony and often a Class A felony?
Yes. Well, and of course, in the case where there's minors involved, that's no longer adult consensual prostitution. There's exploitation there. And so
so this statute really doesn't seek to, this is a minor punishment in relation, fair to say, a minor punishment in relation to being charged, that kind of person, an adult, engaging in sex for pay with a minor, that's going to be regardless of whether the adult knows of the age of the minor, that's going to be a felony prosecution. Is that right?
Under the current law for folks under 18?
In New Hampshire, yeah.
I believe I would have to double check. Also, isn't one of the other bills being heard today for relating to minors? Okay. I frankly, had looked at I had looked at both. I don't know off the top of my head without the law in front of me what the exact penalties are without also looking then at the penalty breakdown.
Fair enough.
Within the law. Thank you. Sorry.
Follow up.
It's about this bill, right? This one doesn't deal with under 18, I don't think.
Yeah.
Follow up.
I understand. My question was, there was some testimony already about children and punishing patrons of individuals who were under the age of 18 as to this bill. So that's the reason for the question. But follow-up question that has to do with this bill. Paragraph 1A of this bill, which I believe was what was added in the amendment that was added, makes this a Class A misdemeanor. Is your testimony that we should not adopt that amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Murphy, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. So in your opinion, do you believe the $500 fine is appropriate? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I do think that when there's fines levied against people, it's the appropriate place to go in an anti-trafficking fund wherever you can ensure that anti-trafficking work is well funded and well done. It's a good thing. It's really addition of that second section that concerns me, because you do have a risk of incarceration there. And whenever there's a risk, I was brief about this before, whenever there's a risk of incarceration, it makes it more difficult. There are sex workers, there are people working. That's not going to go away with this legislation, but where clients of sex workers are fearful of greater punishments, like incarceration, for example, they're more likely to be fearful of giving information to that person who then can't screen them, right? And that ability to screen is critical, regardless of how we feel about the exchange in general. Like, it creates a safety issue that increases the higher the penalties are for a potential client of a sex worker.
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have an opinion or thoughts as to whether $500 is an appropriate fine, given I think somebody raised earlier a fine for disobeying motor vehicle laws, given the impact on a human being?
I mean, without knowing the entire breadth of the way that fines are levied across the criminal law, I don't feel comfortable answering that confidently.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Representative Newman, and then you.
How does this bill relate to having to register for as a sex offender? Or does it?
It doesn't.
Thank you.
Representative Lassell.
You may have just asked my question or answered my question with respect to the sex abuse registry. Would it be appropriate for patrons to be part of the sex abuse registry?
I do not believe so. One, because I think it's really important, not just talking about trafficking, and then when we talk about sexual assault and things like that, it's important to make the distinction between something that can be happening between consenting adults and where people are being taken advantage of in whatever way. One, just for resource allocation, and two, to emphasize, the severity of sex crimes. Additionally, when you add a offender registry component to something like patronizing, that's another thing that's going to create that safety issue I mentioned before. And I would argue, like, even to a higher extent, because of the consequences on someone's life of the sex offender registry, it's going to push people even more into kind of a sketchy, fearful underground space.
Thank you.
Representative Muse.
It sounds like you definitely have concerns with section 1A. My question for you is, do you think there's a way to narrow the scope of that to zero in maybe just on the people who are taking advantage of trafficking?
Well, we already have existing trafficking laws, right? And so
that would apply to a victim? Or,
that would apply,
to
yeah.
A perpetrator, yeah.
Well, yes, yeah. Like, this is just the scope of this is, and also it's not just the act itself. It's, the intention to seek sexual services, or however you want to phrase it. And so, again, like I mentioned earlier, it's like another case where I think it's really important to keep that distinction so that resources can be allocated appropriately. And I'm always happy to follow up another time if it comes to making like a more thorough trafficking law. But in this case, we're dealing with like two separate issues that are at risk of being confused. And then you have that resource allocation issue, and you have consenting adults being over criminalized, in my opinion, by the state, when it's kind of a private adult act, whether or not, it's illegal. It's already illegal under the law. It's a question of, where do we want law enforcement resources to go? Is it to consenting adults doing something in a home, or really allocating them to make sure that where there is exploitation happening, that all of the attention can go there?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Audrey Morrissey.
Good afternoon. I am Audrey Morrissey, and I am in support of Senate Bill 267. And from just hearing the conversations that I've heard, I'm also a survivor of the commercial sex industry, and this clearly is not about me. But I do want to say that I think about back when I was in the life, and I think about when I was in a car and a car was pulled over and law enforcement would say to the buyer, "What are you doing with her? Why aren't you home with your family?" Now, mind you, they were coming from the suburbs. I'm a little older. I was in the combat zone. I didn't go to the suburbs. They came to where I was, but law enforcement wanted to know what they were doing with me. And there's no way you can monitor if someone is a victim or volunteer, even when we're talking adults. When I was in the life, if a buyer said, "Do you have a pimp?" And sometimes they did ask that. Do you think I said, "Yes, I do"? Absolutely not. I gave them a sob story. I'm a mother. I do this, right? So no one's going to admit to that. That's number one. I run an organization in Massachusetts called My Life, My Choice. I'm here today not because I'm a resident of New Hampshire, but because we've had cases of children who were from New Hampshire that we served. They were trafficked into Boston and vice versa. And with that said, buyers don't ask for IDs. And if you ask me, when we're talking, this is a minor fine for adults. It's very minor. When it comes to children, I think it is a very low fine, right? But we got to start somewhere. We have to hold people accountable. When you're talking adults, if it's a crime for me, why isn't it a crime for the buyer? The other thing is, if the buyers are causing the harm, then their money should be used to help survivors who want to get out of the life. So we can use those funds to help people. Even people who say, "I'm in the life because I want to be." They even reach a place where they want to get out. So services should be provided for them as well. So this is a serious matter. And I always say, if people didn't buy people, people wouldn't sell people. And as a woman of color, when I think of Black and brown adult women due to poverty, they're not in the life because they want to be. One of you mentioned substance use. I remember at the end, that was me. I wasn't there because I wanted to be. It started with an exploiter, and then at the end, my life was destroyed, and I still had no say. So I support this bill more so for the funding. If you cause harm, then they should go in their pocket and pay for the services of the folks that they cause harm to. Because to repeatedly buy a child, that's rape over and over and over again. Thank you.
Chair calls Laura Hirsch.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Lauren Hirsch. I'm the National Director of World Without Exploitation, the largest national anti-trafficking coalition in the United States. We're a coalition of over 175 organizations. Many of those organizations are survivor-led. I'm here today to express my strong support for Senate Bill 267. Prior to creating World Without Exploitation, I served as a New York City prosecutor and chief of the sex trafficking unit at the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office. In that role, I spent countless hours pulling 12-year-olds from brothels and out of the arms of pimps. In each case, these young people were being sold for one reason: because there was a sex buyer. Like any marketplace, demand drives supply. But unlike any other industry, violence in prostitution is not the exception. It's the norm. People often ask, who are these buyers and who's being sold? Decades of data and survivor testimony paints a clear picture. Those being sold are overwhelmingly women and girls, many people of color, LGBTQ+ youth, and those impacted by poverty and childhood sexual abuse. The buyers are drastically different. They are most often men with disposable income, stable jobs, and families. The stark power imbalance creates the reality that we hear time and time again from survivors, that when the door closes and money is exchanged, sex buyers wield their power and cause devastating sexual and physical abuse. And that is precisely why this bill is so important. For far too long, those sold in prostitution have shouldered the legal and emotional burden, while buyers have acted with near total impunity. This bill creates a course correction by targeting the source of the harm, the sex buyers, while funding critical services for survivors. Across the country, there has been a loud and unified cry by survivors to shift the burden away from those being exploited onto those who are doing the exploitation. It's time to eliminate sex buyer impunity in New Hampshire and around the country and create a legal fix that supports survivor services and deters demand. I hope that you will support Senate Bill 267. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Seeing none, thank you. Tricia Newell? Newell? No, Tricia? Somebody. We have two Trishas? Whoever starts with an N at the last name.
It's Nivalu. Good afternoon.
Okay.
My name is Tricia Nivalu. I'm a certified sex educator intimacy coordinator. I'm co-founder of the Erotic Laborers Alliance of New England. I've also been a sex worker for 25 years. Most of those years were sober. 267 would harm my community. When a patron is seeking adult commercial sexual activity and they are the only ones risking arrest, penalty, and incarceration, they can then hold leverage over those who are consenting to sell sexual services. Patrons may refuse verifying their identity, which makes sex workers engage in riskier behavior. Oftentimes, sex workers will alert others in their community who they will be seeing for screening purposes and where they may be working. Patrons may use this against them in negotiating dangerous sexual acts within that transaction. And this makes the community of sex workers and those possibly being trafficked in New Hampshire less safe. When we discuss how to identify and address human trafficking awareness within our alliance, we make the very clear distinction that adult commercial sexual activity is not the same as trafficking through force or coercion. A patron of commercial sexual activity that is seeking services from an adult who has agency to consent may very well be the same patron that is able to recognize a trafficked victim. They would fail to alert authorities because they would fear a Class A misdemeanor incarceration and penalties. I often reach out to sex workers to check on our existing community members and new members. Erotic Laborers Alliance of New England, we offer medical, mental, legal assistance in many cases. We have even paid for interviews to collect data from sex workers. If 267 were to pass, then I myself may be confused for someone who's seeking services as a patron. I would not be able to check on the status of community members in New Hampshire that may need assistance. I would not be able to work with New Hampshire Human Trafficking Collaborative Task Force if I were to, in fact, find a coercive situation, because I would be afraid of being arrested. We all want to identify the bad actors who wish to harm and exploit others sexually. As an alliance, we cannot fully do that if we are not able to identify the patrons who are seeking service from people who are in a trafficking situation or seeking commercial sexual adult services. We would have a hard time identifying the two. It would blur the lines between consensual adult work and human trafficking victims. I'm open to any questions.
Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chair calls Tricia Grant.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Trisha Grant. I am pleased to come back to New Hampshire to testify in strong support of SB 267. Sorry. I am a survivor of commercial sexual exploitation of children who is trafficked all over New England, including here in New Hampshire. I'm now the CEO of a nonprofit that provides education to all communities, supports survivors wherever they are at, and we work on policies like SB 267. I've spent the past 12 years collaborating with other survivors, government officials, and nonprofits to work together to end exploitation, and we have all said that we need to change how we've always done this work. We need to go after the real issue, the demand for sex, and we need to provide better services to survivors that sees beyond survival, but focuses on full restoration. Sorry. To do this, To do this, we need to keep building up organizations that support survivors and work with law enforcement to go after sex buyers, and SB 267 can do that. In Maine, where I call home, in 2023, we created a survivor model that addresses one of the issues that SB 267 addresses. Amongst other things, it also creates a pathway for people who have been victimized in systems of prostitution to have their records sealed so their exploitation can no longer prevent them from getting employment and housing. Another thing I'll mention briefly is that I run Maine's first diversion program for men who get caught buying sex. We've had 52 participants come through that program, and we have 16 more waiting for the next 2 cohorts. I spent 16 years in silence, suffering and pain after being trafficked as a 15-year-old that only happened because we don't talk about this issue enough, and bills like these change that. I was never asked how old I was or if I wanted to be there. Even if I had, I would have been forced to lie. As a side note, I was trafficked by people who ran a legal business for exotic dancers. There is no safe way to determine if somebody is there by choice or by force, fraud, or coercion. You have the ability to make sure that no other survivor suffers in silence by creating better laws and continuing to have these very complex conversations, and work together to end trafficking and exploitation. It's impossible in a few minutes to cover all that I would like to share, but I would welcome further conversation at any point with any of you. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I will send along a written testimony also and my contact information. I am open to questions.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I was just wondering if you could also send to us this legislation you're referring to from Maine.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing nothing further, thank you. The chair calls Stacy Reed.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Stacy Reed Barnes, and I'm here today on behalf of World Without Exploitation, Stacy Joy Consulting, LLC, in strong support of Senate Bill 267. I speak to you not only as a survivor of human trafficking and commercial sexual exploitation, but as a frontline provider who works every day alongside other survivors on Mass and Cass in Massachusetts. Many of whom are navigating the painful intersections of trauma, substance use, homelessness, and criminalization. Though I am based in Massachusetts, I know that these challenges are not limited by geography. They are deeply human, and they demand a deeply human response. Senate Bill 267 represents that kind of response. It reflects an understanding that healing is not linear and that harm reduction and supportive exit strategies are essential tools and not afterthoughts for survivor recovery and empowerment to move forward with promising futures. Policy goals in this bill are clear and urgent to expand access to trauma-informed, harm reduction-centered services for survivors, building stronger cross-system collaboration so no one else falls through the cracks, and to ensure that those with lived experiences, people like me and those I serve, are at the table helping shape the solutions. When systems choose to respond with care, dignity, and resources instead of punishment or shame, lives change. I've seen it, I've lived it, and I witness it every day through my work. Your care, kindness, and consideration make healing both foreseeable and possible. This kind of compassion saves lives. I'm asking you to please support Senate Bill 267 for the safety of survivors, the strength of communities, and the betterment of humanity for us all. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Seeing none, thank you.
Oh, I need to ask one more question. I was just pondering. Prostitution is not legal here in New Hampshire, is it? No. Oh, okay. I just wanted to check because I heard about consent and all the things, and when I really think about it, I said, so it's legal? You can do it? Oh.
No.
Oh, so it's not legal here at all. Oh, okay. So that makes this all the better, right?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
The chair calls Crystal Du Bois.
Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for your time. My name's Crystal Du Bois, and since the Trafficking Victims Protection Act was signed into law in 2000, I've been a national expert on human trafficking, helping the federal government and the state of New York to build their trafficking programs and advocating for hundreds of victims for whom I've been a therapist, a counselor, and I think I have a pretty good sense of what's going on out there at this point. And now I'm turning my thoughts to policy because I think I want to stop these problems at the source and not just be putting Band-Aids on. I have testimony prepared with my thoughts on it, but I really want to spend a few minutes responding to a few things that I've heard. I want to clarify something because I imagine if you're not in this field, it'd be kind of confusing to hear all of these strong and powerful women seemingly disagree on a topic that's so obvious, which is that we want to end human trafficking. The disagreement we really have is not about human trafficking. Everyone in this room wants to end that. They want to end child exploitation. The difference is how we feel about consenting adults who agree in the privacy of their homes and hotel rooms to exchange intimacy for money. That's what this bill is about. There's nothing in this bill that says forced fraud or coercion, minors, or human trafficking. So I want to say that I'm strongly for the existing human trafficking laws, felonies, and for law enforcement to be empowered to fight trafficking in the state of New Hampshire and everywhere, all the states where I work, which includes New York, Minnesota, California, Michigan. Many states. Right now I'm a federal human trafficking expert, and for both the government and federal defenders. And I want to end human trafficking. That is my goal in my vocation. This bill doesn't end human trafficking. This bill gets in the bedroom of private, individual, consenting adults and gets the government involved in their lives. And what that does is shifts our attention from those victims who are suffering now. And it puts our attention, our law enforcement, and our money to adult consenting people, which we may not like what they do. We may disagree with who they sleep with, but if we keep doing this, we will never end trafficking. Any questions?
Representative Muse.
I was listening to you, and I'm just wondering how you come to that conclusion. So, what you're essentially saying is that that a bill like this would essentially have no net effect at all.
It'll have a negative effect because in my 7 years at the Sex Workers Project, we collected data alongside Yale University to see who helped people escape trafficking. Number one, their clients. Number one. Nobody likes to agree with this. These people do not like to agree with this, but when you're in a room alone and people are coming in to see you for sex, many of those are good, decent people, and they will alert a local nonprofit or law enforcement to help you. They will not do that if they risk a year of jail time. So no, this is a negative effect. This drives the entire industry underground, and it results in us not being able to shine a light on what's happening. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. We cannot find traffic people when it keeps getting driven further and further underground for our own discomfort with the idea of adult sex.
Thank you.
No further questions. Audra Duty.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Audra Duty. I'm a survivor of prostitution and trafficking. I'm also the co-executive director at Safe Exit Initiative, a nonprofit dedicated to providing resources and support for people impacted by the sex trade. I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 267. As a survivor of prostitution, I can tell you that it's no little girl's dream to be prostituted, and 87% of people involved in the sex trade would rather not be there if they had any other option. Today, we're here to talk about the demand and hold them accountable. Demand is what fuels sex trafficking. The buyers who perpetrate most of the violence, they perpetrate most of the violence in the sex trade, often walk away with a slap on the wrist. I spent more time with my buyers than any of my traffickers and endured more violence from them than anyone else. Not one of the buyers ever asked me if I wanted to be there. Almost every rule or agreement I had with buyers was almost always broken. I still have nightmares from my time in the life, and I still question if I'll ever be able to have a normal, healthy sexual relationship, or any healthy relationship at that. I question how my 15-year-old son, who lives here in New Hampshire, will look at me when he starts to learn and understand parts of my stories, and I certainly do not want him to ever believe that it is okay to purchase another human being. Buyers are fueling the sex trade, and there's not enough willing participants to fill the need. Holding buyers accountable and opposing fines is the best approach to help end human trafficking. You generate money for services for people that are involved in the sex trade, and we educate the buyers on the harms and the realities of the sex trade. By passing this bill, you're not only sending a message to buyers that their actions have consequences, but you're also investing in a future of those who have suffered and continue to suffer. You are standing with survivors like me and showing the world that we matter, that our stories matter, and we deserve a second chance. In closing, I urge you to support the Senate Bill 267 by holding sex buyers accountable and opposing mandatory fines. We will not only reduce demand for commercial sex, but we will also work to dismantle the structures that allow trafficking to thrive. Together, we can create a safer, more just community where individuals are not bought and sold, but valued for who they are. I'm open to any questions.
Seeing none, thank you. Ambrose. The chair calls Ava Ambrose.
Good afternoon. My name is Ava Ambrose, and I oppose SB 267. I'm a lifelong Granite Stater and an activist for sex workers in New England. This bill will hurt women in our community by impacting their ability to screen clients. Clients won't feel comfortable providing identifying information that is crucial for our safety. It will also hurt trafficking victims, as clients who suspect trafficking won't be able to come forward without risking up to a year in jail. Granite State women deserve better than this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just see an icon come up? Let's go first. The chair calls Michael Shibley. Yeah.
I'm sorry, my handwriting's horrible. Shively, it's fine. So I'm Michael Shively. I'm a researcher. I've been studying this issue for about 25 years. On the sex buyers, I've got a library with over 100,000 source documents that I've gone through. I had a 20-year run where I had 8 federal grants from the State Department and Department of Justice to study exactly these issues. And I can say without any hesitation or any doubt about the evidence that the only way to make the commercial sex market safe is to get rid of it. Now, I kind of feel for the position you're in. If you're not an expert yourself, you haven't had a reason to dig in. You got a whole bunch of people on one side of the room that are saying, I'm a survivor of trafficking, it's horrible, you need to stamp out the market, and a bunch of other people that are saying, I'm a sex worker, and as long as it's consenting adults, it should be safe, right? So you're kind of stuck, well, you know, who's right here? And the research is overwhelming that it's inherently harmful. And usually when you have people come into a room like this and say, it's worked out for me, they're the lucky ones. These are the top 10 percenters. And everything is skewed in that direction because the people who suffer the most in the sex trade are the ones who didn't make it. They're not here anymore. or they're being controlled right now. Now, they say, you know, okay, I'm, you know, consenting adult sex work, right? Studies where you're finding a person and talking to them when they're 25 or 30 years old, now, maybe, right? That's what they're saying, you know, I'm a sex worker, it's fine. The average age of entry into the trade is as a minor. It's not the rare exception. It's not the most unlucky. It is the typical start of becoming a quote unquote sex worker is as a victim. Then at least a third of the ones as adults get trafficked, right? You know, there's all kinds of studies about how they fare in the trade, and the average life expectancy is 32 years of age. It's 200 times more dangerous than any other occupation on the planet. And this is what they're saying deserves no regulation or any restraints of any kind. You know, when they come and oppose a bill like this, they're usually not saying, let's legalize and regulate it. What they say is, let's take the most dangerous thing a person can do, literally, and then just take the policing away from it and say, it's going to be even safer if no one's paying any attention. And by the way, we also don't want to pay taxes or adhere to any regulations whatsoever. So you would basically be certifying the only unregulated industry in the world that is not obligated to pay any taxes, right? So they don't like to talk about that. But now that's really the big picture. The narrower picture about this bill is that the steeper the fines, the better. And if you get to $500 here, you're still in the very shallow end of the pool. Now, there are states where it's $10,000 for misdemeanor prostitution. That generates money to help more policing and also to help survivor programs. There are also education programs for survivors. And when you look at the evidence, just one more point, and then I'll see if there are any questions. So I can say a bunch of stuff. These people can say a bunch of stuff, those people can too. How does it actually work? And the thing is, we don't have to guess and we don't have to trust anyone in the room. What we can do is look at experience. And what's happened is every single time, and it's really without exception, every single time there has been decriminalization, it has failed to do any of the things that these people are claiming in terms of improvement. I can go down a big list with you, but in New Zealand, it's been decriminalized for 20 years. Has it freed up resources to go after traffickers? No, they went years without making one conviction on sex trafficking in the entire nation, while their services for victims are still full, right? The victimization is there. The law enforcement can't lay a glove on the trafficking. The combat zone has been mentioned. It got that name because of the decriminalized sex trade. What the city said, let's just let it go in this part of the city. It earned the name of combat zone because of this. More recent examples, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Baltimore, San Francisco have all de facto decriminalized because prosecutors said, we won't prosecute it. Every single one is backpedaling as fast as they can. And most of the prosecutors who said that's their policy, they've been voted out of office, one in a recall vote, because it was a disaster. So this claim that we can make things safer by somehow just ignoring it when it's already just extraordinarily dangerous, it's never happened. So, you know, they can... I don't know. I just don't get it myself. But
thank you. That's
do you have
your
any
time.
questions?
Any questions, Representative Scher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. This bill isn't about decriminalization, right?
And not directly, but the arguments against it are arguments for decriminalization, which is it's a waste of time, is what they're saying. It's a waste of time and it's counterproductive and will create more danger if we go after the buyers and if we sanction them. So, you know, that's why people are talking about this, I think.
Are you aware of the New Hampshire statute, RSA 645-2, I believe it is, that 645-2, that criminalizes conduct by patrons of sex workers?
I mean, I'm vaguely. But
Representative Scher, we want to make sure, we want to elicit information we don't know from him. We're not here to impeach him. So
I'm not impeaching. I'm just trying to put context around his expertise.
Information that he can share with us.
Well, I understand it's against the law to buy sex in the state. Is that what that statute is?
I've been asked to stop by the
Okay.
chair.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering, as you have access to a lot of the data, would you be able to email the committee with some of the penalties that you say are in existence in other places? I know I had asked about the $500
Right.
being, so maybe if you could share some information with us about what it is in other places.
Yeah, I have a lot of things. I did submit written testimony, and I've made reference to these, but I have, extensive lists of statutes throughout the country, and I can send this to you.
Thank you so much.
Representative Muse.
So a lot of your testimony centered on what doesn't work. What, in your opinion, does work?
Actually, the bill is very consistent with what works. You have to arrest buyers. You have to penalize them. If you arrest them and don't do much after that, then it really doesn't have too much effect. And then educate buyers. The focus should be on the people that create the harm, and every dollar that funds all of the bad criminal behavior that surrounds this comes from buyers. So, they're the source. And the education programs, they're definitely effective. I did a 3-year evaluation one in San Francisco, and that program, by finding the buyers, generated $1 million in revenue that went directly to victim services. And it also fully supported a John School program to educate the buyers. And in the years that program operated, over 10 years, recidivism of arrested sex buyers fell in half. And they didn't go anywhere else in the state, because we could track that. So, the model is pretty, compared to anything else, the data is just extraordinarily strong.
See no further questions. Thank you. Chair calls Pamela Kiley.
I'm sorry. I'm good. Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Roy and members of the committee. My name is Pamela Kylig, and I'm the Public Policy Specialist at the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence. As you know, we are the umbrella organization for the state's 12 community-based crisis centers, but we also house the New Hampshire Human Trafficking Collaborative Task Force. I am here in support of SB 267, specifically the fact that funding for the fines will support the work of the task force. Just to be really quick, because I know it's been a long day, the task force, as you know, provides education and prevention through training and outreach, and has conducted more than 70 trainings since 2021, reaching thousands of participants from various professional fields, including healthcare workers, counselors, child protective service workers, law enforcement, and so on. And this is a multidisciplinary group of stakeholders that involves a lot of different experts across the state to ensure that we have a responsive strategy to human trafficking. And I also just wanted to highlight for you all that victim advocates from crisis centers throughout the state's 10 counties have assisted more than 500 human trafficking victims since 2017, with the majority experiencing sex trafficking. And the efforts of the task force are underfunded. We only received state funding for the first time in 2023, so anything that can support these collaborative efforts across the state would be extremely beneficial. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but we hope the committee will consider supporting this bill. Thank you so much.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question. I'm wondering how you would feel about an exception to this if the buyer, is helping to identify someone as a trafficker. Would you support an exception to the penalty then?
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk with stakeholders about how to finesse that. I just wouldn't know how to recommend that. But I think obviously anyone who's working to support a victim getting out of a trafficking situation or not being sexually exploited, we wouldn't want to penalize them. But I also think we want to make sure that we're not creating a gray area or any unintended consequences in doing so. Thank you very much.
Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who hasn't done so yet? Seeing no one, I hereby close the public hearing. And we are in recess for the day. Oh, negative, we have one more. That one just went really long. 300. I open the Public hearing on Senate Bill 300. Invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Roy, members of the committee. Good to be back before you this afternoon. I know you've had a long day. My name is Grant Bossie, Deputy Chief of Staff for the New Hampshire Senate, here to introduce Senate Bill 300 on behalf of Senator Dan Innes, the bill's prime sponsor. Senator Innes introduced this as a late bill this year following a very disturbing case from a constituent. Somebody had used AI to undress high school soccer players, and parents were notified by Homeland Security that doing so did not violate any New Hampshire laws. Senator Innes worked with Attorney General John Formella to craft SB 300, which would make it a Class B felony to create visualizations of minors in an intimate manner. If you have questions for Senator Innes, I would make sure to get back to you, but otherwise defer to the law enforcement personnel here today. Thank you for your consideration and support of Senate Bill 300.
Thank you. Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the Senate hearings, there was some concerns about some unintended consequences, and I know there had been some conversation about a possible amendment. Do you know anything about that, or if that is still possibly in communication or not?
I understand there was discussion of making sure parents posting pictures of kids on Facebook or something like that. That is already covered under existing statute if there's exploitation or distribution of child pornographic images. This is specifically the use of AI to create an image, to take a clean, perfectly innocent image and turn it into something that is inappropriate. And I believe, and hopefully the AG will be here to, the AG's office will be here to talk about it. I believe those concerns have been met.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Lascelles.
Yes, and I'm not sure you were, thank you for taking my question, talking about this, but Roman numeral 1B talks about an exception when it said whose parent or guardian has not consented. Okay, so to me, that might be construed that a parent could consent to having their child exploited. Do you read it that way?
That was the concern raised in committee, and the way the committee landed on this was that they believed that conduct, if it were illegal, would be covered under current law. It would not necessarily be captured by this new statute, but it would be covered under current law.
Follow up?
And the problem is this statute is filling a gap in the current law, specifically with AI images. But I think the AG could probably get into that a little more than I could.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking. Admittedly, I haven't looked very closely, but this uses the term child, and there's no definition of child. Is child synonymous with someone under the age of 18, or it's unclear to me?
I'm not sure. I believe child is synonymous with minor, but we can double check on that for you.
That it might be helpful to figure that out, to clear that up.
Representative Muse.
A couple of years ago, we actually passed a bill that essentially broadened our statute around disseminating non-consensual sexual images to actually include synthetic images, which are images created with AI. Could also include images that are created using Photoshop and other techniques like this. What I'm wondering is, do we have this already? Because it appears that what we did a couple of years ago would apply to minors as well as adults.
That was Senator Innes's understanding too. When a constituent brought it to him, he was told, no, the current law did not cover this case.
Interesting.
I recall the
we'll hear more on that.
Yeah. I think a lot of people thought this was already covered and were surprised to find out it wasn't.
Okay, well, we'll find out more. Representative Scheer.
Just to clear up my earlier question, child is defined in 649A3, so that's a non-issue.
Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you. The chair calls Barbara Patch.
Good afternoon, Chairman Roy, members of the committee. I'm Barb Patch from Merrimack, New Hampshire, and I'm the director of the nonprofit All Girls Allowed and also a representative of the New Hampshire Traffic Free Coalition. Thank you for taking a lead in considering consequences for those who would exploit our children by creating intimate visual representations of them. I'm here to voice our strong support for SB 300 and to shed light on the scope and the impact of the problem. This is essentially non-consensual sexual abuse and exploitation, and it's extremely harmful to the victims being portrayed to our society and to our society. A common type of intimate visual representation is a deep fake nude. I know many of you probably are aware of that. Deep fake nudes are synthetic media creations that depict real people in sexually suggestive or explicit situations and activities. With today's technology, it's easier than ever for anyone to take an innocent image of a person and turn it into a nude picture or pornographic video. One does not even need a camera. Anyone can grab a picture off the internet or social media, use a nudifying app that is as cheap as $29, and create intimate images and videos. Generative AI has enabled the rapid, scalable creation of highly realistic, explicit imagery with minimal effort and cost. And I'm here to tell you, you heard about this one situation that happened in New Hampshire with a guy taking pictures. Our children know about deep fakes, and they are very afraid of them. 1 in 17 children report that they have had deep fake nudes created of them by somebody else. And you can see all the references are in the material I provided to you, as well as some other information. According to the Center for Democracy and Technology, in a study they did in 2024, non-consensual intimate imagery, both authentic and deepfake, was a significant issue in K through 12 public schools. This was a nationwide study that was done by them. And it's no longer just the creepy guy taking pictures of the girls at the public event. Our students are also exploiting each other. Thorne just released findings from a new survey of 1,200 teenagers ages 13 to 20. The key findings there were that young people are overwhelmingly recognize deepfake nudes as a form of technology-facilitated abuse that harms the person depicted. Deepfake nudes already represent real experiences that our young people are already having to navigate. The young people who admit to creating deepfake nudes, there was only 2% in that study, but 2% did admit that they created them, describe having easy access to deepfake technologies and is very easy to get around any age verification. Any 16-year-old boy could very easily get a nudifying app to do this. An EdWeek Resource Center survey done last October found that 50% of educators say teachers or administrators in their districts or schools have actually themselves been misled by AI-created deepfakes. Victims of the crime pay a heavy emotional price. 84% of teens believe that deepfake nudes are harmful, citing emotional stress, reputational damage, and deception as top reasons. Victims also often stay silent. Nearly 2/3 of them said they would tell a parent if it happened, and yet, in reality, only 34% of victims did. There's a lot of shame attached to this for them. through its 2024 survey of the public high school students and that I mentioned earlier, the Center for Democracy and Technology found that when schools respond to students creating and sharing deepfakes, they're really focusing heavily on imposing consequences to the predators without providing any or adequate support to the victims. So this is another concern that we have with this particular issue. Many schools have a policy for punishing the perpetrators. However, very few programs are there to support that. Only 34% of teachers felt that their school had an adequate support for victims of this crime. And I showed a little graphic in there from that study. Once an image has been shared online, it's extremely difficult to get it removed. Even if a family is able to get it removed from one platform, there's no guarantee it has not been copied to multiple other platforms. CSAM, child sexual abuse material or an exploitation material, often gets quickly downloaded by viewers, copied, and shared in other places. Victims of this crime experience the trauma then again and again as more and more people are exposed to their images. So we really beseech you to act now, send a message to the would-be perpetrators that New Hampshire children are not objects for your use and abuse. And please pass SB 300. And I urge you as well, I've included a link to a short film. It's very short, but it takes about 15 minutes. And it demonstrates how a child feels when this happens, how it can so quickly and easily happen. The other issue is that sextorters are actually using this. Many of you may have be familiar with the term sextortion, where a guy jumps on a little chat, poses as a girl, and gets the kid to send an image. Well, they don't even need those kids to send images anymore to extort them. They just grab one from their Facebook page and say, hey, guess what? I have all these videos of you. And if you want me to hold on to them, then you can pay me some money to hold on to them. So this technology is being used all over the place, everywhere. It's in our schools, and we just feel very strongly about passing this law.
Thank you. Does your research or the research that you've cited in here tend to show that this can lead to an increase in suicide among the victims of this?
I have not done enough research. I haven't seen anything in the research that I've reviewed that indicates that. A lot of emotional trauma, emotional stress and stuff. I'm not seeing anything specifically about suicide.
I asked because I think I just saw a story in the news in the last 2 days about several young men who had committed suicide because this sextortion thing.
Yes, I'm definitely aware on the sextortion side. I don't know if it was in the cases that I'm aware of on the sextortion, which are substantial. It was an actual image that the child provided in that case. So I'm not aware of the AI generative component. That's kind of a new thing that has just surfaced to our information about the sextorters just using that or taking a single image and then quickly turning around a couple and feeding it back to the kid. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. See no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Chair calls Major Bright.
Good afternoon, Chairman Roy, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Bill Bright. I'm a major with the New Hampshire State Police. I'm here to testify. We are generally in support of this bill. There was some language that was brought up in reference to the parental consent, which I think we probably need to continue to work on. And I know that with the AG's office and some other members of the state police, as well as county attorney's office, have been working on some a potential amendment, maybe perhaps, but that needs to be continues to need to be worked on, is my understanding. This isn't necessarily my area of expertise. Lieutenant Hester was not available to come today, but generally I think that this closes a loophole in the statutes that are available about child exploitation and the images that are out there. So we want to continue to work on that if that was something that the committee was amenable to.
Yes, if it needs more language, how much do they have language that you're aware of that they want to put in there, or are they still trying to figure it out?
Yeah, I think they're working on it. It's just some communication needs to be closed and you know, get everybody on the same page.
Okay, all right. Any further questions from, yes, Representative Muse?
I'm just looking at the bill that the way that it's drafted, and one thing I'm just thinking is that from previous testimony, it sounds like a fair number of the people who actually commit this offense are minors themselves, and the bill doesn't appear to address minors any differently, and it's a Class B felony, which in most situations would require imprisonment.
Well, they would be, I mean, if it's a minor that's committing an offense, it would still be brought through, you know, through the juvenile system in the form of juvenile petitions and, you know, in juvenile court.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Harriet Gathright.
Sorry about that. Don't remember exactly who, but I remember before the last term when we were talking about AI and the impact it had on New Hampshire and our young people. And there was someone that came and testified before us, and I think he was from the Somersworth area. He might have been, I don't remember.
It's most likely Lieutenant Kinsman from, I believe,
Kinsman.
it's Portsmouth. He heads up the ICAC, Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force.
Right. How do you spell his name?
Kinsman, Kinsman. And then the other subject matter expert is Lieutenant Hester from the State Police.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Attorney Enders.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Stephen Endress. I'm an attorney in New Hampshire. I'm currently not employed as a prosecutor, but had worked as a prosecutor for the past 24 years. I think that really the first place to look at this discussion is looking at essentially the First Amendment, which protects photographs and protects art, protects that type of thing. The United States Supreme Court in 1982 said that the First Amendment specifically does not protect child pornography. But child pornography is defined as children being engaged in sexual conduct or it being a lewd exhibition of genitals. This bill goes beyond what would normally be considered child pornography and talks about intimate visual representations of children, which is defined as essentially any photograph, digital image, synthetic image of the intimate parts of a child, which is further defined as the fully unclothed, partially unclothed, or transparently clothed genitals, pubic area, anus, or if the person is a female, the partial or fully exposed nipple, including through transparent clothing. So the difficulty with defining intimate visual representation as essentially a naked child is you run into the baby in a bathtub photograph problem, that if it's illegal to take a picture of a naked child, then it would become illegal to take a picture of your child in the bathtub. If it's illegal to take a picture of the fully exposed nipple of a female, then a baby in a diaper without a shirt on, if it's a female baby, becomes an illegal photograph. I think that's why that paragraph B is added in there, whose parent or guardian has not consented either explicitly or implicitly to the creation of the representation. I agree that I don't like that language, and I can tell you that it gives me that queasy feeling inside, because over the years we've certainly had a number of cases where parents have been exploiting their own children, where parents have been taking pictures of their own children and sharing them with other individuals, either on the internet or keeping them for their own personal enjoyment. The other sort of difficulty with this bill, in my opinion, as it's currently written, is there's no exceptions for any type of legitimate photography of a child without the parent's consent. So, for example, if a parent is abusing his or her child, and that child is brought to the hospital or brought to the police station, the police may have absolutely legitimate reasons for photographing that child's intimate parts as defined within this statute without the parent's consent, because again, the parent may be the suspect in that case. If you get rid of the, like I was saying earlier, if you get rid of the parent consent part, you end up in the baby in a bathtub arena, which I think would be fairly clearly an unconstitutional statute. The United States Supreme Court, though, back in 1973, decided a case, Miller versus California. And within that case, they said that obscenity can be controlled by the government and falls outside of First Amendment protections. And there's a number of factors listed in that case. The first factor is whether or not the photograph represents a prurient interest in sex, whether the photograph depicts, or whether the image depicts sex in an offensive way, and whether the photograph lacks serious literary, artistic, or scientific value. I think that it would certainly make sense to pass a bill much like this, but certainly perhaps instead of leaving in the parental consent part, changing that language to saying that the photograph appeals to prurient interests or lacks serious literary, artistic, or scientific value. That phrase, prurient interest, has been used by the court system for, at this point, over 50 years. It's also in other New Hampshire statutes. It appears actually in RSA 571B1, where it talks about exposing minors to harmful material. If that language were added to this bill in place of that parental consent, it actually sort of kills two birds with one stone, in my opinion. The first of all is it would allow the bill to be constitutional. And the second is that it would get rid of that need for an exception for legitimate medical purposes, because certainly if a police officer or a hospital is taking pictures of a child's intimate parts, those images would not be for prurient purposes generally. Certainly happy to answer any questions.
How difficult is it to prove the prurient interest and intent of the picture taker in a case like that? So if you take away the parent permission, so you would charge them you didn't have the parent's permission. If you took that away, you'd have to prove that they had a prurient interest in the picture. How would you prove that?
I don't know that you would have to necessarily prove that the person had a prurient interest in the picture. I think that that would be a question for the jury, whether or not they felt that that picture was primarily for a prurient interest.
Okay. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I was just wondering, is this potential amendment you're talking about the same one Major Bright was talking about that he's working with, or is it a separate
Yes,
thing?
it's the same amendment.
Okay, thank you.
And is the Attorney General's office involved in that conversation as well?
There was a conversation with the Attorney General's office yesterday regarding that potential amendment.
Okay. It looks like they're going to be testifying next. All right. Representative Muse.
One more question. A couple of years ago, you heard probably
Yes.
heard my prior question. I'm looking at the statute now, and I guess the relevant part of it, and this is 644:9 -A, but it says a person. Let me see. A person also commits non-consensual dissemination of private sexual images when he or she purposely and with intent to harass, intimidate, threaten, or coerce the depicted person, disseminates a synthetic image of such person that makes use of and intentionally manipulates or alters a recognizable individual's image, or conduct to create a realistic but false image recording or digital visual representation of the individual's intimate parts, sexual acts, or sexual activity without the consent of the individual.
Yes.
I'm struggling to see, and
how this is different.
This also has a Class B felony penalty. It's not like it has a lower penalty.
Yeah, so this is different in the sense of the statute you're referring to is non-consensual dissemination. So in order to be guilty under that statute, you have to disseminate the photograph to another person.
Okay.
So under this statute, this would criminalize creating, producing, manufacturing, or directing the visual image, whereas that statute requires dissemination. So if you make the photograph on your home computer and never show it to anybody, you would not be guilty of that statute. Whereas under this bill, if you make the photograph on your home computer and never show it to anybody, you could still be held accountable.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the chair calls Sam Garland.
Good afternoon, Chair Roy. I'm Sam Garland. I'm a senior assistant attorney general at the Department of Justice. I'd like to just briefly confirm some of what you've already heard today. We did work with Senator Innes in support of the language that is in this bill right now. And the big reason for the parental consent provision is exactly what Attorney Endres said. If there weren't a provision that cabined its scope, it would be susceptible or more susceptible to a First Amendment challenge. And so we worked with Senator Innes on the language that is in the bill that's before you. We certainly support the bill as it's written, and so that's the one that's specifically before you today. But there were discussions in the Senate, and I understand that there are concerns that various stakeholders have raised, and that maybe this panel may have too, about that specific language. And so the challenge that arises from that is, as Attorney Endres said, if you just remove that provision, it's going to open it up to a First Amendment challenge for just nude images of children, which are likely entitled to some First Amendment protection. So what do you do to still capture this loophole that's been identified in the law that Senator Innes is attempting to address, without shifting it too far away from those factual circumstances? We're not prepared to propose an amendment today, but we are committed to working with state police and with ICAC and other stakeholders to try to bridge that gap. And I think we have some ideas on it, but I think we would just need a little bit more time if the committee it would like to consider some alternative language, or if it has specific concerns about the consent provision in particular.
Yeah, we've got a few weeks, so I'm just going to let the parties see if they can't come to an agreement and bring us back an amendment if that's, so I'd ask everyone to talk to everybody. Thank you. Any questions for the Assistant Attorney General? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to testify in this bill has not done so? Seeing none, I close the public hearing, and we are adjourned for the day.
Thank you. Jeez. Where's the party? I don't know, but I'm just
party tonight?
right now just tired.
Ray's house.
Just want to get some rest.